Hier kom hulle nou verby ons. Baie netjies motors hierdie. The traffic control right in the front. That's traffic control 1, followed by number 2. Then there's Hawk Security, followed by Hawk's Rapid Response Unit. And then we've got the Legroy, I think it is. Legacy. Legacy. I have never, ever seen a green ambulance. Never, ever. Not even in Dubai. Here now the fire engine and the Bell 407. Waiting now for the run-in by the Skydivers, the jump plane. Johan Sillier, the pilot. Just been told 2 minutes it is. So ladies and gentlemen, we are broadcasting this air show not only live on television, on live stream, but we also are going out live on the radio. If you tune your car radio or your portable radio or whatever radio you've got to 108. Airweek FM 108. If you tune in there now, you'll be able to hear everything that we are saying and doing. Legacy Medical Services. Final countdown it is. 2 Skydivers. This is very sad. We sent someone to the briefing who asked the Skydivers to provide us with their names, and they have not done so. So unfortunately, The Skydivers, we don't know who they are. They've just come to Mpumalanga to have a good jump and not bothered to give us their names. Hey. Very observant, the flying display director. He sees the rotors are turning, and because we don't know who these two skydivers are, we don't want to take a chance of releasing them to skydive, and should the wind suddenly change and those blades have got to stand still. Flying display director briefing the guys in the tower. Watch now, the 407 will pull that. Right, they're now cleared to drop any second now. Have a good look out there. Two skydivers, one has got a flag, and when they exit, I can't see because I've got a roof. Have a good look when you see them exit. So the skydivers will be jumping shortly. They also a very powerful branch of the Aero Club. Today you'll see all the various disciplines of the Aero Club of South Africa, starting with parachuting, skydiving. These guys have got a special operational license. Oh, it's a long 2 minutes, but that's great because in Africa, we actually, if we say 2 minutes, we don't always mean it. Anyway, the aircraft just waiting now to, I believe the first guy's out. We should see the first guy's out. He'll be free falling at a speed of around the second one out. Falling at a speed of around 200 kilometers per hour. And then they'll open those canopies. They'll bring the speed down, and you can hear this lovely song by Matt Monroe. On a clear day, you can see forever.
Look around you, and you'll see who.
So what would you see in this area from that height? Well, I would think Groblersdal, Loskopdam. I'm not from here, so I'm just ek a duim. Maar ek weet ek was op Groblersdal en ek was op Loskopdam.
Every star you feel part of, every mountain, sea and shore. You can hear from far and near a world you've never heard before. And on a clear day, on that clear day, you can see forever and evermore. You feel part of every mountain, sea and shore. You can hear from far and near a world you've never heard before. And on a clear day,
watching the Skydivers right above us here. Philip Scott pointing them out to us.
On a clear day, rise and look around you, and you'll see.
Now watch when they come into land. Looks like, oh yeah, you are. It's jumping the South African flag.
How it will astound you.
Both of the guys coming here towards us. Gently on the risers. Holds it nice. Oh, down on the knees. But he's okay. Little bit of undercarriage failure. There you are. Very, very good. Our two skydivers, let's give them a nice round of applause.
And on a clear day, on that clear day.
This is capital. There's nothing like it.
Attention all you tech-savvy guests out there, and that's pretty much all of us these days. We at City Lodge Hotel Group have our very own website which enables you to do your hotel bookings online. All you have to do is go to clhg.com and you're there. Our website has been specifically designed to make it as easy as possible for you to make a booking in a few simple steps. How convenient is that? You can book online for stays at Fairview Hotel, Courtyard Hotels, City Lodge Hotels, Town Lodges, and Road Lodges.
Yes, Cliff Lotter's now got to be the most obedient. This is classic. He came running here and said to me, Brian, you got to help me. I'm the vice chairman of Airshow South Africa. I've got to go refuel my plane. So I said, so what? He said, I forgot my jacket. Welcome, Garth Carlitz. Very, very big welcome, Garth Carlitz. You all know Garth Carlitz. Flightline Weekly. He brings such a wealth of aviation to the show. When we see them wearing these new bibs, we think they're all officials. I was standing here thinking, since when is Garth a ramp controller? So waiting shortly to get airborne. And this is when I compliment the guys running the show. Now I'm sitting downstairs, so I don't see them. I hear them occasionally, but this is what I like in an air show. When they include the traffic, in other words, the next act is the Flying Lions. And they've included them now right the way through. Now these two fellas didn't give us their names, so they're in serious trouble. Oh boy, skydive legends. Steve Bartels, quite honestly, one of a man with 9,000, you're forgiven. You are forgiven. When you got 9,000 jumps, you don't have to give me your name. And Gilly was the flag lady, and how many jumps have you got? 930. Next time you give us your name, eh? Steve Bartels, one of the original Capital Radio 604 skydivers, jumping with the 604 canopy way back, 1988. Hotel Killer Alpha was our chopper, and they were the skydivers, 3 of them, 4 of them. So these are the Flying Lions. Flying Lions getting airborne. The team made up today, number 1, that's him over there, Ellis Levine. Number 2 is Arnie Menegeli. Number 3 is Sean Thackeray. And number 4 is Andrew Blackwood Murray. Very big welcome to the organizer of the Pretoria Air Show, none other than David LaRue, who's from Pilot Insure. 200 and... No, what are we? Just want to pick them up now. Flying Lions out in the distance. It's going to be a flat show. You can see as they come to... Let's go live and join them in the cockpit. You'll hear the voice now of the leader of the team, Ellis Levine. He'll call smoke on.
Go.
Smoke on, go, and that's the cue for the music. Music comes alive. Oh, Fortuna from Orf.
Turning left and pitching up.
Turning left, pitching up. Beautiful. Beautiful. Look at this. 2.5 tons of heavy metal. Powered there by Pratt & Whitney. It's 550 horsepower. What a lovely sight. Look at that. 4 Harvards against a white and grey sky. Photographers just look and they smile.
Diving.
Diving down now. The schoolmaster of the skies served the South African Air Force for around 55 years.
Tightening the turn.
Not far from here, they were based at Donata. Listen to the Pratt & Whitney radial as she purrs. 9 cylinders.
And
Beautiful, beautiful. The cacophony of sound.
turning left.
Be turning to the left now. Nou net om vir die bietjie, kom ek vat vir ieder en elk en ek sit hier nou in die sitplek, die agterste sitplek van hy vliegtuig. So wat sal jy sien as jy nou daar agter? Wel, eerstens, Ellis is die enigste persoon wat rondkyk. Daai ander 3 vlieëniers, hulle hou hulle koppe absoluut op hom gerig.
Rolling straight.
Hulle vat nooit hulle oë van sy helm, sy valhelmet af. Sy vlieghelmet. Die rook wat jy daar sien is olie wat uitgepomp word oor die uitlaatstelsel. Trek hulle nou op. Och, dis mooi. Allemagties.
Welkom.
Kry ek boodskap nou hierso op my foon. Man sê vir my, dit is beter. Daai klank, daai gesig is beter as 50 rugbywedstryde. Wat se spanne.
Tightening the turn. Smoke on go.
Sit hulle nou, sien hulle vingers is op hy skakelaar. Ellis Levine, voormalige Suid-Afrikaanse lugdienskaptein. Goeie man. Hy is die leier.
Pitching up.
Nommer 2 is Annie Menedeli, 'n baie suksesvolle besigheidsman. Hy het op 50 jaar ouderdom begin om kunstvlieg te doen. Hy is die nommer 2, voormalige eienaar van Academy Brushware. Hy het enige iets van 'n tandeborsel tot die besems wat die strate vee, het hy gemaak. Nommer 3, Jeandre Ficsar, voormalige lugmag vegvlieënier. 'n man wat in die lugmag in Paulus gevlieg het. Hy daar, nommer 4. Hy, dis Andrew Blackwood Marie, hy vlieg nou bietjie vinnig om daar by te kom. Voormalige lugmagman, ook 'n Suid-Afrikaanse lugdiens. Kom ons gaan terug daar na Jeandre Ficsar. Cheetah vlieënier, baie vertonings het hy gegee in die Cheetah. Goeie man.
Rolling straight.
Echelon starboard. Ek het die eer gehad om saam met Sean, ek was 'n kolonel in die lugmag en ek was toegeken aan Sean se pa. Hy was 'n generaal, een van die beste generaals in die Suid-Afrikaanse lugmag en ek het saam met hom oor see gaan werk baie keer en Sean was 'n paar keer saam met ons en tussen Sean wat die vlieënier was en ek wat nou die stafoffisier het ons heerlik van die grootste lugskoue in die wêreld bygewoon en in 'n hele paar interessante vliegtye het ons gaan besoek. So ek en Sean is baie groot maats. Draai hulle hier voor ons nou. Nog 'n man van die Suid-Afrikaanse lugmag wat hier is. Hulle was in dieselfde skader, 2 skader. Keith Fryer, ook 'n kolonel. Keith was 'n Impala vlieënier in Bloemfontein by 8de skader. En toe doen hy sy kursus en hy het Mirages en Cheetahs, Cheetah C en die Cheetah D gevlieg. En ek dink as ek reg onthou het hy ook uitgeskiet. Ek sal nog met hom bevestig, maar ek is seker hy was ook een van ons vlieëniers wat die Martin Baker uitskietstoel. Nou daai vlieëniers daar wat ons nou dophou, hulle het die gemak van 'n uitskietstoel. Hulle sit op 'n baie dik gepakte valskerm. So bruin ene.
Turning right. And pitching up.
Really?
5.5 hours to Zimbabwe on the cushion. Michael? No, run out of smoke.
Voice there of Andrew Blackwood Murray. Such a great guy. We've become the best of friends. He was in the Air Force. Flew at 42 Squadron.
Smoke on, go.
Also flew PC-7s. Really nice guy. They all are proper gentlemen. Very well spoken, well educated.
Smoke off. Pitching up.
Nothing like the sound of a Harvard
And
for a Saturday afternoon at Air Week.
accelerating.
If you've just joined us on FM, good afternoon, welcome. And if you've just arrived here, great that you're supporting
Turning left.
this wonderful event.
Divers to the left. Smoke on, go. Holding straight. Pitching up and turning left. Smoke off. Smoke on, go. Tightening up the turn. And smoke off.
Beautiful as they just weave their way around. Now you might wonder Why don't we see
And rolling.
Sean
straight.
Thackeray, who normally flies at number 4, doing his solo? Well, he had a big operation a while back, and it wouldn't be advisable. So he's just keeping it gentle in what we call the flat show, so that he doesn't damage the operation that he had.
Turning left and diving. Smoke on. Go. Rolling straight. Sean, Arnie, brake, go. Ellis, Andrew, brake, go.
Look at that.
And smoke off on the 180.
Well, I must say that this is of course the opening of the season. So this really is very, very special. First air show of the season. Our next air show is down at the west coast of South Africa. Then we come back to Pretoria for the air show, which is being billed as the Pretoria Air Show.
Sean and I think I was
David
going
Louis.
right down when take care of the choppers off when you finish.
There he comes through, wagging his wings. That's number 4, Andrew Blackwood Murray. See how nice and low they go. Now let's see who's this going to be. Number 3. Yes, Sean Thackeray, fighter pilot. This should be number 2. Arnie Menegeli. And now he normally really goes low. That's Ellis Levine. Number 1. as we're watching the aircraft passing us here, the link for the Wi-Fi, for the live stream, just having a look here. I'm just waiting for the TV director to come and speak to us on the link for the live stream. I'm told you must just Google YouTube Middelburg Airshow live. Google Middelburg Airshow live on YouTube.
This is capital. There's nothing like it.
Ferreira Aviation are the leaders when it comes to aircraft maintenance. That's correct. Based in central South Africa, Ferreira Aviation have many years of experience. The good news is that they also operate in George. So whether it's in Bloemfontein or George, make the choice and let Ferreira Aviation keep your aircraft up where it belongs.
So ladies and gentlemen, coming up now, I'm sure you'll all remember Airwolf. The Bell 222 helicopter. This is the same type of helicopter that was used in the filming of Airwolf, except that one had retractable undercarriage, flown here by the master himself, Dr. Jeandre Ficsar. Andre was raised and attended school in Henley-on-Klip, a village south of Johannesburg, having started flying helicopters at the age of 15. He completed a B engineering mechanical degree at the then Rand Afrikaans University and elected to become a helicopter maintenance apprentice after graduation. Henley Air was started with his father Johan, and the business grew from its base at Rand Airport. Andre is a registered professional engineer and currently serves as executive chairman of Henley Air. He holds a PhD in aviation management, Da Vinci Institute of Technology, aircraft maintenance engineer license, airline transport pilot's license, and acts as a designated flight examiner class 1. And that's for the CAA of South Africa. He's an avid cricket lover and he's married to the beautiful Lonel with 3 lovely daughters. As we're watching the helicopter here, the Bell 222. Henley Air are the largest operator of Bell 222s in the world. They now have 14 Bell 222s on strength. Andre flies this machine like a dream. Manufactured by Bell Helicopter, a division of Textron. First introduced in 1979. It has several variants including the 222B, 222UT, 222C and 222LD. The main rotor, the Bell 222 features a 2-bladed, fully articulated main rotor. The tail rotor has 4-bladed tail rotor for improved efficiency and to reduce noise. The engines of the Bell 222, it's powered by 2 Lycoming T53 L703 turboshaft engines. Each engine produces 1,100 shaft horsepower. The maximum speed of a 222 is 278 kilometers per hour. It cruises at 240. It has a service ceiling of 14,000 feet and a rate of climb of 1,500 feet per minute. The fuel capacity is around 600 liters. These helicopters are used extensively as air ambulances, corporate transport, utility missions, search and rescue, military use and law enforcement use. Beautifully flown here by Andre, married to lovely Lonel, who's also a doctor. His father is a doctor professor. So it's a very, very clever family. Remember, if you would like to go for a flip, Andre is offering flips in the helicopter, so you too could go for a lovely flip in the helicopter. They are flipping with him today. Thank you, Andre Kutsia and the team from Henley. Always, always a pleasure. Beautiful display, die prachtige vlieg daar deur Andre Coetzee.
Capital.
Lovely as the Lions go back. That's Sean Thackeray. He'll gently pull the stick back. Straight in now.
Hello. Hi everybody, Wannes here from Eastfall again. Remember to come make a turn by one of our booths at one of our, meet some of our salespeople. Book a test drive and you can win a potential 1,000 Rand petrol voucher. Please make a turn at any one of our brands from Ford, Omoda, JQ, Chery, Suzuki. The Eastfall group has over 30 brands. Come make a turn by any one of our stands and stand a chance to win.
Waiting now for the flat show display by the two chipmunks, the de Havilland Chipmunks. Should be the first one getting airborne now. Pilots are Grant Timms and Ryan Briggs. Little Gypsy Major engine, so they'll be running in from left to right, 200 foot AGL, that's above ground. Their first maneuver is a Vic top view pass, then a wing over to the left, followed by line astern, and so they will work their way through a well rehearsed sequence. I must compliment Grant Timms for the incredible work that he's done into putting together a presentation package for broadcast second to none. So Grant Timms flying in the lead aircraft. He's 40 years old, started flying at the age of 16 years. He's got 3,400 hours total. He currently flies the Chipmunk Tiger Moth Bosbok L29, L39 Harvard on the Airshow circuit. He's rated on another 56 other aircraft. Number 2 is 24-year-old Ryan Briggs. 590 hours total commercial license. Currently flying Chipmunk and Tiger Moth on the Airshow circuit. Has another 10 aircraft on his license. Magnificent men in their flying machines. Yeah, nicely they work together. What an absolute pleasure it is to work with this man. Tightening it up nicely. So the year of introduction was 1946. The primary use initially designed as a basic trainer for military pilots. The first flight of the Chipmunk occurred on May the 22nd, 1946. The engine is a de Havilland Gypsy Major 1C engine, a 145 horsepower inline 4-cylinder engine. The wingspan is 9.83 meters, the length is 7.62 meters, and the height is 2.62 meters. So the aircraft that we are watching, the two Chipmunks, get your cameras ready as they come towards us for the Switchblade. Beautiful. Lovely to welcome Janice here from ARC, company that looks after Capital and has looked after Capital for many, many years. In fact, we wouldn't be able to do shows like Waterkloof, Cape Town, if it wasn't for ARC. Right, so the Chippies coming in there for their last pass. Interesting that the Chipmunk was influenced by the earlier Tiger Moth, which is another de Havilland trainer aircraft. Aircraft Risk Company, ARC, is an authorized financial services provider specializing in aviation insurance and associated risks.
The company was started in 2005 by Darren Goliath with a specific focus of providing personalized aviation insurance solutions to the aviation industry. It was their fresh and innovative approach, as well as their strategic partners, which enabled ARC to become one of the leading aviation insurance brokerages in South Africa. Simply contact them and discuss your aviation insurance requirements. That's ARC, Aircraft Risk Company.
Capital.
Coming up next will be the Sling formation. So the pilots that we are going to see in action shortly, Rian Denner, 34 years old, three sitting next to me here, and he said to me, make sure you tell everybody it's Andrew Pittman. Andrew, was that right?
That's absolutely right. So often I get introduced as James Pittman, but he's my older brother. And he's unfortunately not here this weekend. He's doing the Cape Town Cycle Tour for the 18th year in a row. So I'm standing in. And I think you've just seen the High Wing and the TSI take off. The High Wing is our latest addition to the Sling fleet of aircraft. We have been delivering them now for about the last 9 months. We've delivered about 60 of them so far. And then behind it is the Sling TSI, which we've been selling for about 4 years. We've sold 652 Sling TSIs, and we have got orders for about 215 Sling High Wings. Both of those aircraft run Rotax 916 engines. The Sling High Wing currently has an MT constant speed hydraulic prop on it, and the TSI behind has a Duke 4-blade propeller that we are testing at the moment and finding to be absolutely fantastic.
I'm kind of intrigued, not by the aeroplane, but by you guys, because looks like one of the prerequisites to be owners and partners and test pilots, you have to know how to broadcast, because you and Mike and James, the whole team, all well spoken. When we were at Oshkosh, I was working with Mike on television, and I was just amazed. So well done.
That's very kind of you, Brian. Thank you very much. So a couple more facts about these airplanes. So the fuel capacity both planes is 250 litres. They can run on either MoGas or avgas, which is a major advantage in many countries, Africa and South America. The service ceiling is 19,500, and that's set to manufacturer Rotax. In fact, we've taken our TSI up to 29,500 foot, and we saw speeds of 200 knots true airspeed across the ground at that altitude. The stall speed is 58 knots on both planes, and rotate at 55 knots. The rate of climb in the High Wing is 800 feet per minute, and on the TSI you can climb 1,300 feet per minute. We're based in Tedderfield, Joburg, at an elevation of 350 feet. Max all up weight on a hot day, density altitude 8,500 foot. You can easily climb out at 1,200 feet per minute in the TSI.
Something which you need to tell everybody is, of course, all these world records. Flying around the world, going this way around, the other way around, going to Oshkosh. You know, you people have just done incredible things.
Once again, very kind. Yeah, so Mike and James designed the first aeroplane, flew it a bit and then pulled it to pieces and made a couple of modifications and decided they had to get it to Oshkosh. The obvious place if you build an aeroplane to go and promote it is at Oshkosh. And obviously the obvious way to get an aeroplane from one place to another is to fly it. Perhaps not so obvious when that means crossing the Atlantic Ocean for a 22-hour flight. However, off they set, they built a whole lot of long-range fuel tanks and they flew their way across to Oshkosh. And because they were at Oshkosh, which is almost halfway around the world from South Africa, they decided, let's just go home the other way. So they continued around the world and flew back via Hawaii and then the Marshall Islands, Sri Lanka, back to South Africa. Then when we introduced our next model, and just, sorry, back to note, that was flying in a westerly direction. When you fly around the world in a westerly direction, you lose one day of the year. So Mike and James only lived 364 days that year. And when they built the Sling 4, they were desperate to get that day back. And that was a great excuse to fly the Sling 4 in an easterly direction around the world. And so the heritage of these aircraft is definitely been well tested by the designers and founders of the aircraft. And that's not really where the adventure ended, I'm afraid. That's where I got involved, and Mike and James decided that they could now spend more time out the office. So there have been numerous adventures of flying around Africa, long trips through Namibia, and we continue to love to adventure.
Andrew, I'm going to really be a nasty broadcaster now, and I'm going to ask you, which is your favorite, high or low?
It's a very difficult question to answer in front of so many people, but I'll be honest. I personally prefer the Sling TSI, which is the low wing. It handles slightly nicer, it needs less rudder input, takeoff roll is shorter, rates of climb is faster, fuel burn is slightly less. However, the high wing is quite a lot bigger inside, and it has a major advantage over the TSI. When you walk up to the high wing, you can open the door and sit in it just like a car. On the TSI, you have to climb up onto the wing and negotiate yourself down onto the seat, just like a fighter pilot does. So it's not as easy to get into.
Weight limit?
So the TSI's max all-up weight is 950 kilograms, and the high wing is 1,150. But the useful load is actually slightly more on the high wing than the TSI.
So, ideal work for these aircraft, apart from recreation, you know, I could see it being a good recce aeroplane, doing recon, traffic patrol, looking for lost children.
Absolutely. We think in particular the high wing has got amazing visibility. We've had quite a few customers contact us from the farming industries asking if we can't use it as a crop sprayer even. But yes, definitely as a surveillance aircraft, you know, it can fly really slowly if you wanted to. You can cruise along at kind of 62 knots. And yet also, if you want to get from A to B, and A to B is Joburg to Cape Town, you can cruise at 145 knots in the high wing, and you can cruise at 155 knots in the TSI.
And your landing, I mean, it looks like you can operate off any type of airfield.
Yeah, very much at home on a grass strip or a gravel strip. And the takeoff roll on the high wing is 320 meters, and on the TSI is only 215 meters, and that's at max all-up weight.
Size of your back garden.
And the other incredible thing about these planes is their fuel burn. If you are in the cruise at 155 knots in a TSI, you are sipping only 28 liters of fuel per hour. And on the high wing, you'll be sipping 32 liters an hour. So a bit more. Mogas also, the cheap stuff.
Love those strobes, really good. Very clever.
And in addition to the strobes, we have the wigwags on the landing lights that flash on and off. Our cockpits, our panels are all Garmin, completely Garmin G3X EFIS with a Garmin G5 backup instrument. The Garmin, it's just changed, is now called the 215 nav radio. And then a Garmin 507 autopilot controller. Loads of redundancy. That Garmin G5 has got its own power supply, its own AHAR senders, so altitude and wings level. Loads of redundancy, loads of backup, and an unbelievably good matching of Rotax engine, Garmin avionics, and Sling aircraft.
Little wing wag there, just showing us that's it. Wig wag, and let's have a look. Slings are complete. You with Brian Eminis. A very big thank you to Andrew Pittman, renowned international broadcaster.
Thank you very much, Brian, and thank you, Middelburg.
Have you ever considered learning to fly, or even buying your own aircraft or helicopter? Look no further. Visit Lutzavia at Vonneeboom Airport, the experts for the past 21 years in pilot training, from PPL right through to airline pilots. Aircraft sales from two-seater Cessna 150 all the way through to private jets. Visit their website today on worldwideweb.lutzavia.com or contact them on 012 567 6775. Lutzavia, Vonneeboom Airport, Pretoria.
This is capital.
So we're just waiting now for the two Yak-52. So the Yak taking off, passing us there. Warren Efa, 43 years old. Ingmar Besaidenote, 49 years old. Warren has got 1,250. Ingmar's got 1,500. So we got a Yak-55M. That's the 400 horsepower. And then a Yak-52. That's a 360 horsepower. Delta Yankee Delta is the 55. 52 is Bravo Sierra Kilo. Warren is the chairman of the Sport Aerobatic Club. Ingmar the vice chairman. So we'll just see where they are. We'll just line up some Russian music. See the two Yak in the distance there, Warren and Ingmar. Smoke on and the music comes alive. We watch these two Russian-built Yakolev, the Yak-52 and the Yak-55 here at this air show, all part of the Aero Club of South Africa's Air Week, kindly hosted by the Middelburg Flying Club. Yeah, these radio flyers have got a phenomenal aircraft. They just get bigger and bigger by the day. Incredible aircraft that the radio flyers are packing out here. We now watching the Yak-52, the Yak-55. Manufactured by the Yakolev Design Bureau in the Soviet Union. The Yak-52 made its first flight in 1976. It was primarily used as a primary and advanced trainer aircraft for Soviet pilots. It was produced from 1976 to 1980.
I'm Michelle Latergan at Middelburg Airfield. We are here for the Middelburg Aero Club Air Show, and I'm here with Mr. Andrew Pittman, the CEO of Sling Aircraft. Andrew, welcome here. Thank you for joining us today. Can you tell us a bit about your company, Sling Aircraft?
Absolutely. Thank you for having me, and good afternoon, Middelburg and everyone here. So Sling Aircraft is a South African company that was founded in 2006 by a guy called Mike Blythe, who is a microlight world champion and a around the world microlight pilot on multiple massive trips around the world. And he started drawing some pictures of a little LSA two-seater aircraft in 2006. It took about 4 years for him to get the design right, and then entered my older brother James Pittman, and they joined as 50-50 partners, and they built the first prototype Sling 2. It ran with a Rotax 912 ULS engine and fell into the LSA category, which is the light sport aircraft category. An environment in America which has grown rapidly over the years, and it's a way that has allowed us to sell experimental aircraft as flying airplanes into America. The philosophy of the company from day one has always been that we test our own products thoroughly, but that we absolutely love adventure. And so when we built the first aeroplane, Mike and James decided that they needed to get it to the most famous air show in the world, Oshkosh, which we're experiencing the South African version of Oshkosh here today, which is fantastic. And the obvious way to get an aircraft from one place to another, of course, is to fly it. But maybe not so obvious when that means crossing the Atlantic Ocean and doing a 22-hour flight across the ocean.
Wow.
Anyway, they kitted it out with lots of long-range fuel tanks. They made the flight the whole way across to Oshkosh, and they were welcomed as heroes in Oshkosh. And then decided we're a third of the way around the world already, we might as well just carry on around the world to get back to South Africa. So then ensued the first circumnavigation of the world in our own brand new prototype aircraft.
Wow, that is amazing. May I ask, the Sling aircraft also have the kit versions that enthusiasts could build on their own.
Yes.
I believe they do receive support from you. How does the system work, and is it viable right now to buy a kit aircraft and start building it?
So absolutely. We sell about between 16 and 18 aircraft a month, and only 7 or 8 of those are actually flying airplanes. The rest are kits. Across the world, but in particular in America, there's a big tradition of building your own aircraft. And so we sell a lot of airplanes as kits. And what we do to set ourselves apart from the rest of the kit market out there is that when we supply you a kit, we supply you with absolutely every single thing you need to get that plane fully built.
Every bolt, every nut,
every bolt, every rivet, every electrical cable, instrumentation. You could literally take delivery of a kit, lock yourself in a hangar, and so long as you had 10 liters of petrol in there, you could fly yourself out the hangar 6 months later, kind of thing.
Wow. And can you tell me, do you help your clients with the registration processes as well with CIA?
So absolutely. We have distributors in 33 countries around the world, and we have set them up to all operate the same way we operate here in South Africa, where we not only hold their hand through the process, and we have 5 technical engineers on stand ready to answer questions. You can contact us via email or WhatsApp and take photos. We can then send you videos of how we do it in the factory. And then when you get to the end of your build process, we will help you with the registration of your aircraft. We will help you with the final inspections. We will do the final inspections for you, and then we will apply for what's called in South Africa an ATF, which stands for Authority to Fly. And it really is a lot easier than many people think. It's like a Meccano set. There's a very good set of manuals that come with it. Much easier to build than an IKEA cupboard, and it's every single part is there, and no 2 parts can be mixed up because they just won't fit anywhere. So long as you don't get to the end of your build and still have a box of parts lying there, you know your plane's been built correctly.
Wow. Well, from my personal experience, I know Sling aircraft are fantastic to fly in. They are easy to fly, and they are easy to build. I know that. So thank you, Andrew Pittman. We thank you for your time. Thank you for your presence here. We appreciate it, and your support. Please keep going. You're doing a fantastic job.
I think that I should be the one saying thank you all for being so kind to us and letting us have such an amazing time here at Air Week. And what a wonderful day it's been. The weather's been fantastic, and everyone is just so friendly and kind and nice. So thank you.
You're most welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
St. Petersburg spreads a country wild and wide, where the Cossacks used to ride. Moscow is the very heart of the Russian world. There is so much history. You should come and see. From Russia with love, here's what I want to say. A new world has come my way. I grow to love it more each day. From Russia with love.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. These aircraft have got some very, very strange and unique features. Coming into land now.
Stands with pride. This is Russia with love.
Bolton Engineering, Marie speaking.
Hi Marie, it's Pete here. Can I speak to someone about stainless steel bolts, please?
You need stainless steel fasteners.
Yes, and I also need...
Nuts and washers.
Yeah, plus a...
Spanner set.
Yeah, exactly.
At Bolton Engineering, it's our business to know your business.
You really know your stuff, eh? I just didn't expect it from a...
Vrou.
Yeah.
We'll also deliver nationwide. Bolton Engineering, the perfect fit.
Fast.
Google us, Bolton Engineering.
This is Capital Sounds.
Wanneer die wêreld raas en die see raak rof en die stormwinde als wegblaas, my gemoed raak swaar en die dinge pla my wakker hou.
So earlier when I was talking about Keith Fryer, and I said I knew that he ejected out of a cheetah when he was Cheetah C, when he was a 2 squadron based at Mikado, and then he's come to visit us now. He's going to come do some commentary, and Keith was telling me that I never made mention of the fact that he also threw an Impala away. He ejected out of a serviceable Impala. In fact, it wasn't serviceable because the engine just conked out. And he had 3 words that he used. They start with an M. And then he just bolted. Now this is something very, very special. Watching that's Ivan van der Scar getting airborne. He's going to check in with his son. This is a beautiful display. It's a father and son. Ivan, who has an incredible CV, is currently a Dreamliner captain. I think he's got about 18,000 flying hours, and he flies for Qatar as a senior captain on the Dreamliner. His son is Jeandre. I've known Jeandre probably from the day he was born, and what a great, great youngster he is. And you'll see how he's going to get airborne now with a radio plane. He's the pilot of the radio plane. So watch now, and his father's saying, "Hey Jeandre, why not come fly with me?"
Come fly with me, let's fly away. If you can use some exotic booze, there's a bar in far Bombay. Come fly with me, we'll fly away.
This is beautiful. I never ever thought I'd see the day.
In Llama Land, there's a one-man band and he'll toot his flute for you. Come fly.
The Boeing Stearman was originally designed and built by the Stearman Aircraft Corporation, which was later acquired by Boeing in 1934. The Stearman Model 75 had its first flight in 1934. It was primarily used as a military trainer, particularly by the U.S. Army Air Corps during World War II. The Stearman, as you can see, is a biplane.
You may hear angels cheer just because we're together. Weather-wise, it's such a lovely day.
Jeandre van der Scar is 18 years old. He's a student pilot. He's given 8 air shows. Started flying at the age of 9. Frequently seen in flying competitions. He's the 2024 Qatar International Pylon Race champion, intermediate national champion, and freestyle 3rd place in 2024 for young Jeandre van der Scar.
Come fly with me, we'll fly away.
Ivan van der Scar is 46 years old, 18,000 hours, 50 air shows. Started flying at the age of 14. He used to wash aeroplanes at Nelspruit, and the money that he made from that he used to fulfill his dream. Well, believe me, that is some pretty dream, and the fact that they pulled this off, an unmanned aircraft and a manned aircraft in the sky, very close to each other at the same time. When I first heard it, I couldn't believe it. And it took, I think, a lot of paperwork, maybe a few boxes of chocolates, but they got it right, and now it's one of the rather unique. I don't think there's anybody else that does this in the world on the airshow circuit, because most of those other countries are very, very, I won't say what, sticky.
Honeymoon, they say. Come fly with me, we'll fly away. Pack up some things and we'll fly away. Come fly with me, let's fly away. If you can use some exotic booze, there's a bar in far Bombay. Come fly with me, we'll fly away. Come fly with me, let's float down to Peru. In Llama Land, there's a one-man band and he'll toot his flute for you. Come fly with me, we'll float down in the blue. Once I get you up there, where the air is rarefied, we'll just glide, starry-eyed. Once I get you up there,
Lovely flying here between the barnstorming biplane, because they do wing walking on the Boeing Stearman. He'll now position for a 360.
you just say the words and we'll beat the birds down to Acapulco Bay. It's perfect for a flying honeymoon, they say. Come fly with me, we'll fly away. Come fly with me, let's fly away. If you can use some exotic booze, there's a bar in far Bombay. Come fly with me, we'll fly away. Come fly with me, let's float down to Peru. In Llama Land, there's a flute for you. Come fly with me down to once I get you here, the air is rarefied. We'll just starry-eyed. Once I get you up there, I'll be holding you so near. You may hear angels cheer just because we're together.
A lot of concentration there for Jeandre, 18 years old.
You just say the words, we'll beat the birds down to Acapulco Bay. It's perfect for a flying honeymoon, they say. Come fly with me, we'll fly away. Pack up some things and we'll fly away. Come fly with me, let's fly away. If you can use some exotic booze, there's a bar in far Bombay. Come fly with me, we'll fly Come fly with me, let's float down to Peru.
Calls for the
Land, there's a one-man band and he'll toot his flute for you. Come fly with me, we'll float down in the blue. Once I get you up there, where the air is red.
That is absolutely next level. Having smoke and the whole shooting match.
Once I get you up there, I'll be holding you so near. You may hear angels cheer just because we're together. Weather-wise, it's such a lovely day. You just say the words and we'll beat the birds down to Acapulco Bay. It's perfect for a flying honeymoon, they say. Come fly with me, we'll fly away. Come fly with me, let's fly away. If you can use some exotic booze, there's a bar in far Bombay. Come fly with me, we'll fly away. Come fly with me, let's float down to Peru. In Llama Land, there's a one-man band and he'll toot his flute for you. Come fly.
Beautiful flying there by Ivan van der Schaar with his son Jeandre. Very, very well coordinated. Radio Flyers bringing their magnificent Hawk. These guys have got incredible aircraft, the Hawk being wheeled out here. Getting airborne now. This has got to be the debut. Beautiful, beautiful, the sight and sound of 4 Navion. Well, I must compliment these organizers. Wow, they really pulled. I'm very glad that I got asked to do this air show. I would have been very disappointed to have read and seen photographs of 4 Navion. So the 4 Navion there. This has got to be the air show debut of the inclusion of the 2 extra, because the last time I did an air show was with these guys was the 2. Now we've got 4. Steve George, Reino Kutsa. Let's quickly have a look here. They gave me a new little, it's called a COP. It's a change of plan. The Navion team is Steve and Mike George, Reino Kutsia, and Jason Beamish. Jason, who got married last Saturday down at the Coves. This is incredible. We used to do Margate many, many years ago, and one of the big formations was the Navion with Dave Shakeshaft and Steve and his whole team. Lovely to see 4 Navion. I think there's 7 in South Africa. I might be wrong, but I think my last time I asked the guys. So leading this formation is Jason Beamish. So right up in the front there, who better to lead the Navions than Jason Beamish? First time since the late 70s that we see 4 Navion. Stephen, Mike, George, and Reno Kutsa. We'll listen in to the voice of Jason Beamish. So the aircraft we're watching are the Navion, led here today by Jason Beamish, with him Steve and Mike George, Reno Kutsa, the Navion is a small single-engine 4 to 5 seat light aircraft. The Navion was originally manufactured by Ryan Aeronautical, later North American Aviation, in the 1940s and 1950s. It was designed by Donald A. McComb in 1941. The first Navion flew in 1946. Production period of the Navion from 1947 to 1959. Total units built, approximately 3,000 units were built during its production line. Airframe design, the Navion features an all-metal airframe, a significant feature for light aircraft at the time. It is a low-wing monoplane design, giving it a sleek look and improved aerodynamics. The Navion is powered by a Continental E225 engine, producing around 225 horsepower. It cruises at a speed of around 160 to 170 knots. Let's listen in and watch the Navion formation.
Right, go. 3 forward. Right, we're on the run in for the break. Stand by wings level.
Get your cameras ready. This will be the first time since the 70s that you get to photograph the four-ship Navion break seen here at the Aero Club of South Africa's Air Week 25.
Rainer and Steve, break, go. Jason, Mike, break, go. And Navion complete, and everybody change power. Smoke off.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Navion's 1279.
Well, Jason can get a pat on the back for that. Lovely when they bring new stuff to air shows and it's not same old, same old, same old. Well done, Jason. Navion, nice, nice. Right, coming up next, it's going to be Grant Timms flying the Bosbok with Keith Fryer.
So I rushed to the window and I looked outside, and I could hardly believe my eyes as a big limousine rolled up into Alice's drive. Oh, I don't know why she's leaving or where she's gonna go. I guess she's got her reasons, but I just don't wanna know. 'Cause for 24 years I've been living next door to Alice. 24 years just waiting for a chance to tell her how I feel and maybe get a second glance. Now I gotta get used to not living next door to Alice. We grew up together, two kids in the park, carved our initials deep in the bark. Me and Alice. And she walks to the door with her head held high. Just for a moment, I caught her eye.
Hey, Larry, Curly, we gotta find a fourth member.
A fourth member?
A fourth member? Is there an echo in here? That's right, a fourth member.
But Mo, what would he do?
Well, when you ask stupid questions, he'd hit you. And pull your nose.
But, Mo, you do that already.
Well, he'd also trip on things. And bang his head a lot.
But Mo, that's what we do.
I don't want to hear another word. From now on, we're the Four Stooges.
Some people will do anything to take advantage of the team scheme. Book a minimum of 4 rooms over a weekend at a town lodge, city lodge or courtyard suite hotel.
Okay, now let's shake on it.
The team scheme. The way to score when you're 4 or more.
Open die ogen, melk de koei of snee die jaard. Skankerdop of draai en sta die trekker. Waar dan maanden paard. Vangen hoender, maak ontbijt. Vrokies wakker, zijt de tijd. Maar once say line en maak het mee. Die baas van die plaats. 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 eie ou sokkies, ek hang my eie ou onnie. She's not the girl for the morning. Oge krope na noppies, lyk sy's gedore na koppie. Nou kyk jy bierman se vrou, staan ek en was goed opvou. Hou my lekker, die ou lekker hardwerkend, you know. Toes my vrou in die driveway, ek en sy kyk maar sideways. Maar ek weet more lyn, sy aan doen ek dinge weer my way. En staan op in die oggend, elke koei of sny die jaard. Skink en dop of draai en sta die trekker wat al maanden paak. Bange honde maak ontbyt, vroukies wakker, sy te tyd, maar once sy line en maak.
G'day folks, welcome to Middelburg. From myself, Keith Frau, being the commentary for Grant Timms and the Bossy. As she is affectionately known, a reconnaissance aircraft from the Bush War. So Grant Timms now busy going through his power checks at this stage. So he's checking the mags, the magnetos there. And he'll be preparing the aircraft we were rolling shortly. Grant Timms, the ex-airline pilot with over 14,000 hours. He's got nearly 200 hours on the Bosbok from the displays that he's done. This is about his 4th or 5th display that he'll be doing. You must get your cameras ready, folks. This is one awesome display to watch. And he's just been cleared for takeoff, and the box is his. As Grant Timms rolls down the runway, 340 horsepower Lycoming engine. He's got 58 inches there, 3,600 RPM on the clock. 60 knots, he'll be rotating and he jumps into the air. The Bosbok Aerobatic Italia aircraft, he was flown in the whole of the Southwest African campaign as a reconnaissance aircraft. They could be fitted with rocket packs as well, but most of the work they did in the Southwest Africa campaign was to do with reconnaissance, having cameras on board. So Grant will be taking this aircraft through its paces there. Just got airborne, he'll be checking his engine temperatures and pressures and everything as he comes right and around back into the display box. Cameras ready, folks, for the Bosbok display. Grant Timms at the controls. Beautiful sound of that Lycoming, 340 horses there on the clock. As he pitches up, it's going to reverse around. He'll be touching the flaps to about 33 flaps just to help the aircraft come around the corner there. Speed approaching now about 85, 90 knots as he comes down, accelerating to about 120 knots. As he pitches up for the Humpty Dumpty there, pitching this aircraft up at 45 degrees. He'll be pushing her over the top there. A little bit of negative G's, astronaut conversion that he's busy with at the moment. Extremely maneuverable aircraft, the Bosbok. The South African Atlas Aircraft Corporation developed from the Bosbok the Kudu, the A4M I think it was called, which was then a transport version. It had exactly the same wings and engine as the Bosbok, same tailplane, but had a box fuselage and used to carry 6 fully kitted parabats basically, and a lot of these guys were dumped off deep in Africa. Grant Timms, an exceptional pilot, bringing this aircraft around with about 70 degrees of bank. So he's pulling back on the controls there to keep his nose up to make sure he doesn't descend in the turn. Maintaining his speed nicely and his altitude perfectly. And he'll be flying through his own turbulence around about now as he hits display line. Grant will now pitch up the aircraft, bring her right and around back onto the crowd line. Bosbok from Panorama at this stage. You'll see him come for the slow speed fly past now. Be sitting with 66 degrees of flaps, so you can see the flaps under the wing there. He's bringing his speed all the way down to around about 15 knots, around about 80 kilometers per hour. Lovely versatile aircraft in a reconnaissance role. Oh, isn't that beautiful, folks? You can see the flaps, the back of the flaps there as the aircraft turns around. Grant will be cleaning up the flaps there, accelerating. We're pitching up left and round back onto display line. The aircraft weighing in at 1,700 kilograms in the civilian version. When they still operated under a military license, they were 1,995 kilograms. So we could put on an extra 295 kilograms onto the aircraft. That was to accommodate the long-range fuel for the long reconnaissance missions. And then the aircraft also flew with 68 Snake missiles, or rockets. And they had 2 rocket packs underneath the wings. Lovely banana fast turn for your photographers out there. Beautiful stuff. We'll be pitching up at the top there. Still speed of the aircraft up top there, around about 47 to 49 knots. Grant bringing it around nicely in the vicinity of 60, 70 knots. We'll be bringing it straight back towards the crowd. Beautiful display by Grant Timms today, with over 14,000 hours. As he rolls, they are beautiful. Almost getting that aircraft totally inverted there. Great display from Grant Timms today, folks. We trust you're enjoying the air show with us today. Wonderful crowd that we got here from Middelburg. So last chance for you photographers out there of the Bosbok on this fly past, and then he'll be doing a short landing demonstration for us. He'll pitch up and lovely photograph of the platform of the aircraft there for all the photographers out there today. We trust you guys are getting some awesome photographs. And what a wonderful crowd from Middelburg. Great to see all you guys out here enjoying this air display event that we've had. Very, very successful Middelburg Air Week that we're having. Put together by Aero Club, supported by the EAA guys. And thank you to Richard Lovett for outstanding airfield and all the amazing hospitality. So Grant Timms now bringing the bossy in. He'll be doing a short landing. There we go, folks. Have a look at this. Look at this as Grant brings the aircraft in, and they'll be bringing it in at 65 knots, the wheels touching. And we're going to ask Grant just to keep his tail in the air just for the photographers, because he landed a little bit. So he's keeping his tail in the air for you guys. Watch this, folks. Isn't that beautiful? Tail still in the air. Can you believe it, folks? Look at that. Look at that. Beautiful. No wear and tear on that tail wheel whatsoever. Beautiful display from Grant Timms, waving to us from the cockpit of his aircraft. We can all wave back, folks. Yeah, thanks for the 3 or 4 guys that are waving back in the crowd there. Pilots also appreciate a bit of a wave, and thanks. Grant Timms, excellent display in the Bosbok.
So, folks, I'm going to be handing over the microphone now to Alec Groenewald. Alec is a specialist broadcaster with the
Listen, can you tell me how many wheels is out on you? If he tells him there's 3 wheels out, you'll make a turn downwind and you'll turn base leg as Andre comes in from the left, giving you a beautiful air display. I'm looking out for Andre and his smoke trail. I'm sure he's going to give us a bit of a smoke trail there so we can see how the plane is flying. Both these guys, highly proficient guys, normally joins the air shows and normally crowd pleasers, giving the guys very nice photos and some real talent in the air. Now, just as a reminder, there's many questions about these jets. They've got the real miniature turbines that drives them. Both of these has got 16 kilogram thrusts, the turbine, miniature turbines inside the jet. This you can see they've got a BAE Hawk. Steve all the way from Woodbank. We contacted him about a month ago and said, please Steve, we need your Hawk here, and as always, very willing. Came out yesterday, put the Hawk together as Andre makes a pass from left to right, turn out sharp to the left, high speed, and as he turns downwind, and I'm sure there's something wrong with the smoke. Normally he gives us like a smoke display, and I'm sure something went wrong with the jet this time around. So today the flight line, we've got Steve, as I've mentioned earlier, Andre Bekers, who's currently flying his jet. We've got Martin, all the guys from Joburg, and then we've got guys all the way from Nelspruit as the support crew, Philip Lewis, Zander, and we've got Jeandre, who him and his father just gave you guys a wonderful display with the Boeing Stearman and him with his extra. He's going to give us a fly to the music as the last display today from the RC guys, or the aero modeling guys. Something worth seeing, something I'm certainly looking forward to. So both these guys flying the jets have been flying for more than 20-25 years, started at a very early age. And that's more normally how you get your talent up, gain some experience behind the sticks, get your proficiencies done, and then if you really like to take it any further, like these guys are doing, they come and join the airshow crowds and then put their talent up for display. Our Andre is diving down and just slightly going to pull it, some pressure on the elevator, just an easy flight from left to right and then turn out. So Andre Bekers, just a bit more information on his jet that he's flying. There's red and white for Bayer Delfin. It's a 104-inch plane, wingspan of 91 3/4 inch. It's about 2.3 meters, and with a turbine thrust swing inside, giving him the 16 kilogram. Well, it's not 16, it's 18 kilograms of pure thrust, which he enjoys thoroughly. He uses a paraffin or jet I1. Some models can also work on diesel. So he takes about 9 to 10 liters of paraffin plus about 2 liters of smoke well. So he's got a payload of about 12 to 13 kilograms, and he can keep the plane, depending on how fast he flies, in the air for about 10 to 11 minutes. Whereafter he'll need to start to decelerate and then start with his landing sequence, which I'm sure he's just about to do. If I look at the plane, one startup, just as Andre finishes off with his display on the right, just to give you a bit of an indication of what they go through when they start up these jets. Cost-wise, everybody always wants to know how much it costs to get one of these jets, and seeing that most of these guys' wives are here, I promise to say nothing more than 2,500 rand. So Steve is getting his Verbeyo jet ready there. So he starts his sequence by just initiating his turbine. So that will start with warming up the paraffin before it enters the turbine. And the turbine has got an electric motor on board, and it will start to spin the turbine up to about 33,300 RPM, and at that stage is where the heated paraffin or Jet A1 fuel ignites, and then the computer will monitor the turbine as it spools up to about 33,000 RPM, which then completes stage 1. As soon as it reaches that stage and it's over 100 degrees, the turbine computer will then accelerate the pump, which will then accelerate the turbine, and it will go up all the way to about 33,000 RPM at roughly about 840 degrees Celsius inside your turbine casing. After that, it cools down to about 640 degrees, and then Andre will just spool up the turbine to test it, and it will spool up all the way to 141,000 RPM. That is enough for him to know that, listen, turbines and all checks and balances is done, and he starts his backtrack to line up for his takeoff procedure. So he turns around, he asks his caller, the caller is behind him. The caller's job is to make sure that the runway is clear. He gives him the signal and say, ready for takeoff. He opens up his throttle and off he goes. You can hear that turbine going up all the way to 140,000 for takeoff. He'll ease off on the power, turn out to the right, pull his wheels in, pull the flaps up, make a left turn for the first flyby. Now I want you guys to really enjoy this plane. Steve spent I think almost 3 years putting this jet together specifically for airshow displays, and he made 100% sure that this is very similar, if not exact, to the ones used at SAF. I'm 100% sure, we've seen this many times before. If there's people in the crowd, in the public standing far off, they would swear that they saw the real thing, the real BAE Hawk fly at the airshows. The fuzz comes in at a total length of about 3.4 meters and the wingspan of about 2.7. He's got a very big turbine inside that big Jeandre, giving him about 32 kilograms of pure thrust. If he really pushes the jet and opens up all the way, he have managed to reach speeds in excess of about 300 kilometers per hour. But mostly what Steve would do is showcase the jet. You will have one or two fast fly passes, but for most of it, it is a photograph moment for the guys as he pulls it up. And I'm sure he's going to give it to a bit of a right turn. Now he's going to give you a left turn just to showcase the belly a bit. Beautiful turn on top, turn out to the right, and go downwind again. Like you can see, beautiful, beautiful plane, beautiful display by Steve. On a plane like this, Steve made sure that he's got all the feedback. So the plane, as it flies there, talks back to Steve on his radio. He's got real life voice, which will keep him updated on his speed, on his height, his battery levels, and I think almost as far as his pressures that he's got in his system for his wheels. Should the system on board see any problems, for example the retracts, and that the air is lost for some sort of reason, it will automatically kick in the safety system and the wheels will come out. That will give Steve an indication that there's something wrong, and he will then do a bit of fault finding, and if you can't find it or see what the problem is, and then you can prepare for landing. What makes it difficult with these large scale jets, they take on a lot of fuel, 10-11 kilograms of fuel, if not more, and very difficult to land. If you take off and you have to land immediately after that, it makes it very, very difficult. The landing gear, it can only take up to so much, so the landings needs to be very soft. So the guys don't like doing that. They like to fly at least 5 to 6 minutes before attempting any landing. I am dead sure that everybody wants to know what the cost of this jet is. And again, Steve, his wife, is here. And but Steve is a very honest guy. And he said, listen, Alec, I'll be honest, this one took a lot out of my pocket. Came in at about 5,500. Said Steve, absolute marvelous for you to spend that much money on the jet. Great to have the aero modeling team out here today. We're very honored and privileged from the guys at Aero Club, at Middelburg Aircraft Club, at Capital Sounds, inviting us to join the Airshow here in Middelburg today. And I can tell you, what a marvelous crowd that we've got here today. We've approached by so many guys asking us so many questions. If there's any interest, please feel free to come and see us. We're here, right here at the Capital Sound station. Feel free to walk up to us, get our numbers. If you've got youngsters very interested in this great way, and then you can speak to anybody around here today. There's a big demand for engineers or aviators or pilots in Africa, and this is a great way for your kids to get into this. Andre Bekes is pushing back his jet as Steve just checked his wheels. I see all 3 wheels are out, speaking to his caller. And now his caller is going to tell him, what's the wind direction, what he can feel. Steve focuses on his plane, flying it downwind, preparing for his landing. And typically, a caller would just keep him calm as Steve just looks at his plane. He's going to apply the flaps, make sure that the plane doesn't all of a sudden increase height or falls down. You just want to keep it steady. As he turns to the right on the base leg, you would like to have a spiral descent towards the runway, keeping it under control. The caller would tell him, give him feedback, how far he is, how far out he is, how far over the runway he is. He keeps his RPM at about 60,000 RPM over the runway before he cuts completely. And that's because if you want to spool up, it takes about 2 to 3 seconds for the turbine to spool up. So you have to be 100% sure before you cut that motor. As he does, he waits for the plane just to settle in. As he touches down, applies his brakes ever so slightly, and slowly but surely, scale-like, coming to a standstill. So a big hand of applause for these jet guys. We really appreciate their effort as we make or prepare ourselves for the last display, which will be from Jeandre Ficsar. Alright, and we're going to play a bit of special music for Jeandre. We're going to challenge Jeandre, say, Jeandre, can you fly to this music? So he doesn't know what the music is. We thought we'll give little Jeandre a bit of a challenge today after all these jets, and let's see what he can do. And you'll see Jeandre is not afraid of 3D flying. He's not afraid of taking that extra V's and taking it through its paces. So we'll see now what he's going to give us as soon as the music starts, and I'll start talking through it. Revs up the motor, make sure that the RPM is good. Caller, let's go. He goes. Music starts to play. Already starts with his rolls. Smoke is on. We'll give you a beautiful display. You can now see the lines. You can see how he takes his extra on the music. He's trying to catch the beat, see what he can do. And I want the youngsters to keep a keen eye on Jeandre. It took him many exercises, many times behind the sticks, many times flying to achieve this level of flying. Guys, enjoy this. Jeandre is 18 years old and already he's achieved so much. 3rd place at Arnbeck. He was second and first in LSA competitions in the last 2-3 years. And if you follow Jeandre, you'll see he spends a lot of his time in Qatar with his dad, Ivan van der Scar. And he's already well known in Qatar. He helps all those big guys there fly the jets, set up their jets, and obviously give them a few tips or two. Currently flying a Hangar 9 Extra 300. He's got a 3W 110cc motor in it. And it produces, I would say, somewhere between 2 and 2.5 horsepower. Jeandre's been flying this plane and putting it through his paces through a lot of air shows, a lot of shows. Just look at what he does with it. Puts it into a flat inverted spin, pulls the elevator, just yanks that plane. Doesn't worry about the structural strength. He doesn't care. And so, by the way, he told me he is thinking of retiring this plane after this show.
I think it's almost got like 400 or 500 flights already, and he's now going to look at a bigger plane for the next air shows. He's currently in line with his PPL, doing his PPL, and obviously following his dad's footsteps, wanting to become a one of those big airliner pilots in the next couple of years. A lucky round of applause for Jeandre van der Scar. Guys, we really hope that you've enjoyed the Capital Sounds. Thank you for this privilege. Thank you for borrowing us your mic. We're looking forward to seeing you guys at the next air show, Aero Club, SA, and the guys at Middelburg Aircraft Club. Thank you for this opportunity. Until next year.
Well, a big thank you. Yeah, our next air show is going to be in 2 weeks' time down on the West Coast. So thanks to the Radio Flyers, is all good guys. They really know what they're doing. They do a great job. A pleasure to work with. So waiting now for Andre to get airborne with his gyrocopter. What a lovely crowd. What a great turnout here today. Very big welcome to Rion van Tonda, Captain Rion van Tonda, who came in to sail out to us for about 18 years. He was the chief organizer for the Dubai International Air Show held in the Middle East, in the United Arab Emirates. Wonderful to see a young South African Air Force fighter pilot progress onto not only being one of the heads at Emirates, but being the chief organizer for the Dubai International Air Show in the UAE, held at Maktoum Airport. Here's the gyro show. This is a Magni M16P gyro. Andre van Sale in that gyro. Shows us the maneuverability and the agility of the gyro. So Andre van Sale has had a passion for flying since a young age, and he's been flying various aircraft, including fixed wing and helicopters, since 1990. He participated in his first air show at Middelburg in 2019 and has since flown in multiple air shows across South Africa, Botswana and Mozambique. The Magni Gyro, the M16 spec, twin trainer manufactured in Italy. The weight is 282 kilograms, maximum all-up weight 550 kilograms, cruising speed 90 miles per hour, maximum speed 128, 72 litre fuel tank, uses 95 Moss gas, 20 litres per hour, a Rotax 914 turbocharged, takeoff roll 250 meters, landing roll 30 meters. Beautiful, beautiful control that he has. This man's got such a good pair of hands. Flies well. Also one of the people that takes his aircraft on a trailer around South Africa. We often end up at air shows together, stay in the same hotels. So the Alouette is going to start now. The Alouette will be flown by Jaber. They'll do a duet together, and then the Alou will break away and do his own show. And coming up after that, we've got the extra of Jason Beamish, the Bathawk of Sean Cronin, the L29 of Grant Timms, the Pipistrel formation with Jason, the 4-ship rotary wing, that's Andre, Juba, Jan Botma, and Benny. Flies this gyro so well, does Andre van Sail, whose brother is an airline captain with SA Airlink. Alouette calling, he's starting up. Jeandre will shortly get airborne and then he'll fly to join up with the gyro. There's the Alouette going out now. Here's an interesting mix and match. Alouette 3, Jeandre, Magni Gyro. So it's the French connection with the Italian stallion. The French Aerospatiale. Beautiful flying here, the gyro and the Alouette. You ask Juba, how many of these shows have you done? He just looks at you and says, Baie. Goeie man hier, die Afrikaner. Morgenbeen, Juba Joubert, ongelooflike vlieënier, 'n goeie soldaat, 'n kombinasie van 'n baie sterk man. Flies Henko's Alouette. He keeps that Alouette in absolute immaculate condition. Guys from the medical 407 standing here watching, looking and saying, yep, that looks good. The only problem with this sequence is it's lacking a Bell 407. Andre van Sail diving down, and in his 6 o'clock he's got Juba Joubert closing in with that beautiful Alouette 3 powered by an Artust turbine engine. Here he comes now straight towards us. Good flying. Talking about flying, don't forget Henley. Up they go! Gyro's going into land, and now it's the turn of Juba Joubert. Man that started his flying in the South African Air Force, did exceptionally well. He was based at 31 Squadron, flying Pumas and Alouettes. From 31 Squadron, he progressed to be transferred to the BOP Air Wing, based in Mafeking, or Mabatu as it's now known. There he flew Alouette 3s, BK117s, Delfin, DC-7. He took part in a couple of very interesting uprisings when there were a few disgruntled members of their defense force who decided to cause mayhem and Juba was in one of the gunships circling as Mafeking was burning. After the siege of Mafeking, he was transferred back to the South African Air Force, where he finished up his Air Force flying and joined a company called Executive Outcomes. That saw him have extensive flying in Angola, working over there, flying Mi-8s, Mi-17s, Mi-24 gunships, and the mighty Mi-26. He saw a lot of action in Angola, and then the company started branching out, and he took part in not only the theatre of war, but also flew in some mercy missions. One of them when the ferry capsized on Lake Tanganyika. He flew operationally in Sierra Leone. So he's really been around the block, flying for movies, many films shot in South Africa. He would be the man that they would use. Very popular. He heads up the Group 73 flying operations. Rearward tracking now, does a handstand. This is beautiful flying. Right hand on the cyclic, left hand on the collective. Feet working the pedals. It's a man and machine. An incredible team. You'll see this Alouette, if you look at the air intakes on that turbine engine, it has the new little filters fitted. They were often seen with a variety of different elephant ears, as we called them, large, different elephant ears fitted as various forms of anti-missile to defect the heat. Gives us a bow on the center line. Such a good friend is Juba. I was very lucky to have been on an Afrikaans TV show called Kwela, and Juba did all the flying for all the airborne sequences that we required. Still to come on the program, the Extra, the Bathawk, the L-29, the Pipistrel, and the 4-ship rotary wing to close the show. Big thank you to Jeandre Ficsar, who started the chopper sequence, and Juba, who closes it. Now, here's an interesting aeroplane getting airborne. I just want to see where it is, but the call sign is Lima Hotel Yankee. When I started doing air shows way back in 1985, 86, my friend was flying this aeroplane, a guy called Alan Roebuck. So I have many, many, many hours. If it's still the same aircraft, it'll be a Cessna. Here it is. Yep, it is indeed. Lima Hotel Yankee. What a beaut. Now owned by Ditterbach. Beautiful. Wow, he really has done such a great job with the paintwork. Lima Hotel Yankee.
Us better when we're wasted. It makes it easier.
My house in Budapest, my hidden treasure chest, golden grand piano, my beauty focused EOU. Ooh, you, ooh, I'd leave it all. My acres of land I've achieved. It may be hard for you to stop and believe, but for you, ooh, ooh, I'd leave it all. Oh, for you, ooh, I'd leave it all. Give me one good reason why I should never make a change.
That's weird.
Baby, if you owe me, then all of this will go away. My many artifacts, the list goes on. If you just say the words, I'll up and run. Oh, to you, ooh, I'd leave it all. Oh, to you, ooh, I'd leave it all.
So that's Jason Beamish, man that lives at the Coves, got married last Saturday to the beautiful TK. Taylor K. Nicholson watching now. We're hoping to get a live link from him. They are trying to establish comms with him. Then we'll hear Jason. He's a very gifted and talented aerobatic pilot. His father's Larry Beamish, and he's an absolute pleasure to work with. See when he turns, if I can get comms with him.
Middelburg, hello Brian, great to be in well, I call it my second display for the girls, first air show. Great privilege to have my wife down there and in-laws. I hope you enjoy the show. Thank you to the Aero Club and the EAA and everybody who's involved.
What a absolute great gentleman. Little boy that I watched grow up in front of me. Honestly, one of the nicest guys. It's people like him that makes traveling for 10 hours to an air show an absolute pleasure. Such a nice guy. We're very proud to have our company sticker on his aircraft. He now really is the kind of pilot that you want to work with all the time. The ultimate professional. I've worked with him on so many occasions. In fact, all over Africa where he's flown, when he started off, he was a very quiet, it's not a raucous, stand on the table guy. Thorough, good education, good upbringing. and an outstanding aerobatic pilot. Jason Beamish that we are watching lives down at the Coves at Hartbeespoort Dam. Believe me, weekend after weekend, you see this young man in the sky practicing, training. You'll see he flies such a good sequence. He keeps it high, keeps it safe. He checks out all the time. Today when he flew with the Navion, you saw what a good leader he is. So folks, get ready now, the photographers, everybody is going to, they're going to be taking photographs of you waving, so everybody out on the right hand side up towards the windsock. Now we need you to give a big, big wave. They're huge, he's going to do a knife edge. See when he flicks it over, I can't, oh there it is. Give him a big wave, remember he can't see you. Give me a big wave. Nice big wave. Jason, the star, Beamish. Watch how nicely, all the people on the left. There you were. The guys from the Halo team waving.
Turn around to say the bottom part of this beautiful airplane. Jason, do you mind if we can just backtrack the L29 quickly? No problem, you're more than welcome.
So folks, earlier today I told you about William. William is a senior commander on the Bell 407. Comes in from Nelspruit. His agent came to speak to me and said, "Yo, Brian, please, this guy is like seriously good looking. He's got a sports car. He's got a super bank balance. Hopefully they'll put him on the front cover of one of the aviation magazines. But please don't say he's single, because he's not single. His girlfriend is a supermodel from Nelspruit." So they said, please. The problem is that every time we mention William, the girls run their hundreds and shout, "William! William!" Beautiful flying here by Jason Beamish. So the extras going into land. Still to come on the program is a Bathawk L29, the Pipistrel, and then the 4-ship. So folks, we always like to have a little bit of fun. I've got the most beautiful badge, an embroidered badge for the guys from the paramedics. It's a collector's item. It's worth a lot of money. Aeromed Mpumalanga, the first person that can come along to the, and you have to come in person, got to weave your way through here quickly, only one at a time, because you can get into trouble if you're a whole bunch. Come through and tell me, what is the name of William's supermodel girlfriend? If you can tell me the name of William's supermodel girlfriend, I will give you this badge, valued at several hundred rands. Only he knows and I know.
Have you ever considered learning to fly, or even buying your own aircraft or helicopter? Look no further. Visit Lutzavia at Vonneboom Airport, the experts for the past 21 years in pilot training, from PPL right through to airline pilots. Aircraft sales from 2-seater Cessna 150 all the way through to private jets. Visit their website today on worldwideweb.lutzavia.com or contact them on 012-567-6775. Lutzavia, Vonneboom Airport, Pretoria.
Capital sounds the big one.
I was born in a thunderstorm. I grew up overnight. I played alone, I played on my own. I survived. Yeah, I wanted everything I never had, like the love that comes with life. I wore envy and I hated that, but I survived. it to a place where all the demons go, where the wind don't change and nothing on the ground can ever grow. No hope just lies and you're taught to cry in your pillow. But I'll survive. I'm still breathing. I'm still breathing. I'm still breathing. I'm still breathing. I'm I found solace in the strangest place, way in the back of my mind. I saw my life in a stranger's face, and it was mine. I had a one-way ticket to a place where all the demons go, where the wind don't change and nothing on the ground can ever grow. No hope just lies and you're taught to cry in your pillow. But I'll survive. I'm still breathing. I'm still breathing. I'm still breathing. I'm still breathing. I'm alive. I'm still breathing. I made every single mistake that you could ever possibly make. I took it.
So the aircraft we're watching now, Sean Cronin. Sean is a grade A instructor and also coordinator for battaliers and organisation who fly for the environment. He's a total of 2,500 hours with 1,200 hours on Bathawks. The two-seater side-by-side light sport aircraft flown today was locally produced in Nelspruit. The aircraft's powered by Rotex 912 ULS 100 horsepower engine. Due to its great visibility, slow flight, it has found a place in many game reserves around Senegal, Ivory Coast, Tanzania, Congo, Kruger Park and many more. The aircraft is used for anti-poaching, crop spraying, survey and recreational flying. It is also a very cost-effective aircraft to both own and fly. The takeoff distance is 60 meters, the landing roll 100 meters, and it has a maximum weight of 550 kilograms.
You were never oh so blue. Once heartaches begin, nobody wins. You're flying on your own. And when you know the wings you ride can keep you in the sky, there isn't anyone holding back you. First you stumble, then you fall. You reach out and you fly. There isn't anything you can't do. You were never more wise, girl.
So I've got this information here. This is quite, it's a little bit of humor so late in the afternoon. I don't know where they got this, but it's not true. The aircraft has seen operational service in various conflict zones. Wow. For self-defense, it has a radar jammer and flare dispensers to protect it from incoming missiles. I wonder what they were smoking when they typed this. And the Battlehawks are pretty nice aircraft, but I can't see it doing anything jamming. Must say thanks Sean Crane, and I shall have a word with him. Well prepared. He really went to a lot of effort. Put this so nicely together, but somewhere
Once there were two, now there's just you. You were never more happy, girl. You were
We have L29 play with Grant Timms in the cockpit. L29 Delfin uses a trainer aircraft. It's the XL29, first flew in Czechoslovakia on 5th April 1999 by Bristol turbojet. In the display box now, reaching speeds of up to 200. As Grant pitches up over the top, brings her back down, rolls her back down to display. He'll be pitching her back up for the rest of the Cuban 8 there. As he pitches up there for a 9270 as we call it, so he pitches it up, rolls the wrong way around to commence the turn left hand around. Grant Timms you saw with 14,000 hours, you saw him flying earlier in the Chipmunks and the Bosbok, and now he's having fun up there in a little baby fighter. Now 180 knots, running 300 kilometers per hour, as pushes her down to display center line. pitching up for a beautiful barrel roll. Left-hand barrel roll. So the barrel roll, folks, is a cross between a loop and a straight roll. Grant's a very accomplished display pilot at this stage. Loves flying this aircraft. We have to do these displays late afternoon due to the density altitude being a little bit high, the temperature is a little bit high. So for us fighter pilots, the air is very thin up there.
So I got a WhatsApp here, somebody asking me if you eject in density altitude, you come down a lot quicker.
Yeah, you come down pretty fast anyway, Brian.
So it doesn't matter if it's, if it's density or not.
Beautiful display. 360-degree steep turn. Grant bringing the aircraft around. I think he'll be extending the gear in the flaps shortly in what we call the dirty configuration.
Do you agree with me? Probably one of the prettiest aircraft in Africa.
Yeah, definitely, Brian. And in fact, in the rest of the world, this aircraft's got an amazing paint scheme. The eagle on the nose. We'll try and get him to taxi past the crowd as well, so you can get some nice photographs on the way back there. As Grant completes a high wing over there. And he'll be bringing the aircraft around about 240 knots. Should be in the past to 260 knots. So he's accelerating now through about 180 knots. So he pulls the aircraft to crowd center line, which is just on the other side of the runway for these display pilots. Grant bringing it down now to 50 feet. He brings it up beautifully there. Straight roll, you can see him totally inverted there now. As he rolls it out beautifully through the sun there. Lovely aircraft to fly. Flying a fighter is a lot like flying a piston engine aircraft. Fighter's got no yaw from the propeller. Extremely easy to fly in terms of normal flight, but when you get into aerobatics and what we call ACM, air combat maneuvers, it's a totally different ball game. So folks with cameras, get ready for your banana pass. So the banana pass will be coming in slightly from behind crowd line, and he'll be rocketing, putting on banks so that you can get the most perfect photographs to take home and show all the folks that didn't attend the air show. There we go, beautiful banana pass. Bring over. Grant now hanging on the pole, pulling her all the way around back to crowd center line. Pulling what we call G's. So we're pulling 3 to 4 G's there as you guys are standing there. It's 1 times the force of gravity. Oh, there we go. Another beautiful banana pass for you. And even in that turn, Grant will be pulling 2.5 to 3 G's. 2.5 to 3 times the force of gravity on his body while he pulls her around the corner there. So in his display, he goes up to around about 7 G's, 7 times the force of gravity, which means that the weight in the seat and the force on his back is 7 times his own weight. So I'm guessing now, I'm being very polite, but Grant doesn't weigh more than 90 kilograms, but in a 7G turn, that's 630 if my math still works.
As he comes in now for his final pass, the positioning for landing. Big thank you to our helicopter team, the Halo team, Aeromed, big thank you. They're on their way back to Nelspruit as soon as the show finishes. We've got Puppy Stroll coming up He has a little song, I'm sure you people will remember this guy, and he sings about that very eagle facing the wind.
Coming around the corner there at around about 300 kilometers per hour. We're bringing a speed down for the touchdown at just under 200 kilometers per hour.
They've just come out of Boys High.
So I'm here with Rob Yonkers. He is the man responsible for the entire air show and for Aero Club South Africa. That's correct, right?
That's correct, yes.
Please, can you explain to us your responsibilities?
Okay, so the Aero Club of South Africa is the coordinating body of all recreational aviation in the country. And you know, all recreational type of disciplines like gyros, parachuting, balloons, light support aircraft, microlights, all of that is sort of under the umbrella of the Aero Club, and we are the face to the regulator, to the CAA, and we negotiate with CAA many regulatory changes and improvements, and we organize events like this where everybody gets together, that we can just have a good time. So we do this event once a year, always in the first week of March, and so far this has been the biggest event because we're trying to grow it, and also the first time we're adding a bit of an airshow component to it. Because previously it's just been a fly-in, but we are trying to develop it a bit.
Yeah, I see there are a lot of displays as well, so this may attract more members of the public, and this is your goal for this, especially for this event.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I think that you have been very successful. We have a lot of the public here. People are excited and they are eagerly awaiting your displays. So thank you, Rob.
Thank
we
you very
appreciate
much.
your time and your effort, and thank you for the show that you made happen for us.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you.
Right. We'll see you later.
We'll see you later.
Okay.
Thanks.
Way back.
Throw flying here. It recently did the certification flight with the CAA in December, November last year, 2024. So this is the first of its kind. So exciting.
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Lateghan at Middelburg Airfield. I am chatting to Bafana. He is the senior officer stationed here today. And Bafana, can you explain to us what is your responsibility here today?
Okay, my name is Bafana Sakwane, Station Officer, Middelburg Fire Station or Ndondomampane Fire Station. We are here to protect. We are here there is a air show. So we are here for any incident that will happen so that we can save life and protect the equipment.
And how many colleagues do you have here?
We are, including me, we are 4. I'm having 2 senior firefighters and 1 leading firefighter.
Wow, so I guess everyone is quite safe today, right? You will take good care of us.
Yes, of course. As the community of Middelburg know us, they are proud of us, they can rely on us.
That's beautiful. Can you tell us about this vehicle we're standing in front of? What is it?
Okay, this one is one of our biggest fire trucks. It's having 5,000 liters of water. Then it's also having rescue tools on it.
Wow, that's fantastic. Wonderful. Are you going to do a display for us today?
Yes, we're going to do a display all with ambulances and traffic and police.
That sounds lovely. We look forward to it. Thank you very much. Thank you for your service and enjoy the air show with us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bafana.
So on your right, they are approaching with the Electro in the lead at about 100 knots. That's the cruising speed for the Pipistrel Electro. The current endurance on the aircraft is about 50 minutes with a 10-minute reserve on top of that, so 60 minutes in total flying. Managing it a little bit better, you usually get an hour, 10 minutes or so. And with the future developments from Pipistrel, they are working on doing energy recuperation through the propeller plus some software updates on the batteries, and you could get a further 15 to 20 minutes endurance.
See, I was on the verge of breaking down. Sometimes silence can seem so loud.
Yeah, that's good.
There are miracles in life I must.
The aircraft has 2 batteries on board, one in the front, one in the back, to help assist with weight and balance. The engine produces 57 kilowatts at max takeoff performance with a fixed pitch propeller. As I mentioned earlier, got a cruising speed of 98 knots, calibrated airspeed. It stalls at 51 knots in a clean configuration and 45 knots with flaps fully extended. A never exceed speed, which we call VNE, of 108 knots.
Spread my wings and fly away. I believe I can soar.
With a maximum altitude reachable of 12,000 feet.
And pitch up and roll right, pitching and rolling right, go.
The noise levels on the Pipistrel Electro, due to it being electric, is also very quiet, with a mere 60 decibels only. Inside and outside, a comfortable flight.
Our position now for the line of stern is just slightly wider for you. Just stand by there for a second.
Next to the Electro is the Explorer, which is powered by a Rotax 912 ULS engine, which produces 100 horsepower. That specific aircraft has a variable pitch propeller produced by empty propellers. It's got a cruising speed of in the direction of about 135 knots through airspeed across the ground, with an endurance of 5 hours.
That's it. Now, which level go, stand by the left turn. Left turn go, it will be a 360.
Approaching from left to right, the Velis Electro and Pipistrel Explorer.
I used to think that I could not go on, and life was not enough for some. But now I know the meaning of.
I'm standing here next to a Cessna 170, and I see the plane's name is Pixie Plane. What makes this plane unique is the beautiful color scheme and the polished aluminium. This is indeed an old plane, but still, I believe, wonderful to fly in a fantastic condition. What a lovely plane.
Wherever you are, as long as there's 3-phase electricity.
I believe I can touch the sky. I think about it every night and day. Spread my wings and fly away.
Wings level go. Call me when you're in. And go Vic initially if you want. Okay, turning left.
I believe I can fly.
Safety space, when we roll out, you can go line abreast.
See, I was on the verge of breaking down. Sometimes
Roger, base, go. Standby position.
Approaching from the front. Keep an eye out. Get your cameras ready.
Position the switchback.
And stand by.
And standby switchblade. Switchblade, go. Keep the turn going to 90 degrees. Okay, roll opposite direction now and you can turn back towards the runway.
I am standing next to number 2, Flying Lion, the Harvard, flown by Arnie right here next to me. Arnie, can you introduce yourself and please tell us about your flying and the formation flying as well?
My name's Arnie Menegeli and I'm the owner of the Flying Lions team, sponsored by Puma Energy. And Puma Energy not only supplies avgas, Jet A1, diesel, but if you drive from Joburg to Middelburg, you'll see many petrol stations on the road that are Puma Energy petrol stations. So the Flying Lions started with 2 or 3 Harvards and then eventually landed up with 4. And we've got a team here today with Ellis flying number 1 as the lead, Ellis Levine. Number 2 is Arnie, myself. Number 3 is Sean Thackeray. And number 4 will be Andrew Blackwood Murray. And today we will only be doing what we call a flat show. It's not an aerobatic display show. It's a flat formation show. And hopefully the people will love that.
Well, we look forward to your display. Thank you for your time. Thank you for doing this for us and making it happen. We are loving it. Thank you.
It's an absolute pleasure. For us, it's a passion. It's an absolute love of flying. And if we could do this every day, we would.
That's wonderful. Thank you, Arnie.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
Okay, bye-bye.
So folks, just speaking to the guys doing the program up here. Once the pipistrel is complete, we're going to have the Huey. Huey's going to fly with the Alouette. This is going to be nice. See Jan Botma in his search and rescue Huey, and with him the beautiful Alouette. Then we have the 2 Navion. So, and then we're going to have some spectacular flying.
Last flyby by the Velis Recto in front of us. And downwind for landing next. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy the show.
Well, a big thank you to my good friend from Absolute. Very, very big thank you. coming in here, doing great commentary, having a good laugh, a good chat, selling us, what is that stuff, Stanley?
Thank you. Take care. Yeah. For the... We're just departing the Med Rescue Stop. Yeah.
There's the Med Rescue helicopter departing.
For the youth.
No sound, no one left to kiss when you turn around. I leave my heart breaking the dark cold of your bed with every tear I shed.
Oh, now they're not airborne, they're hovering.
Yes, William on his way with his crew, and they're on their way back to go and save lives around Nelspruit. A big thank you to them. Coming up shortly now will be the Huey. And there's the Huey getting airborne. Jan Botma, what a nice guy he is. And he's got with him Juba. I think when they picked this crowd to fly, they seem to be good guys.
What a bee! Stand by. Okay, go right to the Valkyries. Go.
Well, here's his air show debut. This is Jan Botma, also from around Hartbeespoort Dam, man that owns the Aviators. First time that we see this Huey in an air show. Well, let me rephrase it. This is the first air show that I'm doing with a Huey. It might have flown last year. I missed one air show. So here now we see the Huey, and flying with him the Alouette 3. This particular Huey painted up in German search and rescue colors. Jan Botma, who owns the Aviators. So this is the very first display that Jan Botma is flying with a Huey. Welcome to the South African Airshow scene. Juba Jaber following the Huey. So we now have 3 Airshow Hueys. The one over here, Menno Parsons has got a Tiger, and there's a Huey down in George with Duran, he's got one. Well, whoever got these aircraft to take part in this show, hats off. It was Walter Waldeck and Rob and Khoetse, the new president. You guys deserve a flippin' pat on the back. Such a great variation, brilliant. North American Navion standing here, the 2 of them. I'm sure that it's going to be Mike and Reno that'll be flying. They do the famous Navion duo. So helicopters complete. Let's give them a nice round of applause, showing you the Huey and the Alouette. Well done to Juba, and thank you to the Huey there. When I looked at the other day, it was in Germany, I think. It was somewhere having a great holiday. So he got back very quickly. Now it's the Navion. Sounds like it's Mike and Steve George. And then it'll be Reino Kutzer in the two ships at back. I've given you all the details, lots of departures. Folks, remember, if you would like to go for a helicopter ride with Henley, head down where you see that, I just want to see, is it a Long Ranger? I can't actually see if it's a Jet Ranger or a Long Ranger, but go down there. They're still selling tickets. That's the Bosbok going. And while the Bosbok's going, we got the two Navion. watching those Navion. Don't forget, if you would like to get plastic jets or umbrellas, the guys are here, Sam and Jan. And the other fella, they're selling them if you want to get, before they go back to Joburg. Navion are really having an enjoyable time. It's been a big day for Navion. A lot of aircraft debuted here today. The Navion, the Pipistrel. A lot of aircraft departing. It's quite busy down at the area there where all the aircraft are. A lot of people moving around there. Please be very, very careful. Team that's worked with me today, Beverly, who has her birthday tomorrow. Big day for her. So Bev has been my researcher. Working with her, Wesley van Sale, our executive producer. Philip Scott, who I think is out on the left-hand flank, down towards the Bell 222. We should have Elvis Manene somewhere over here. And on the right-hand flank is Peter Bailey. That's the whole team from Capital. My name Brian Eminis, and what a pleasure it's been to be in Middelburg, in Mpumalanga. Charlie telling me that if you want to see really good photographs, good report, he always puts in a really good report, an honest one, on what the show's been like, who did what, how many people there were, how many acts there were. Make sure you log on to Wild Aviation, that's his private personal website. Go on there. Both Charlie and his wife, veterans, comes to making sure that aviation have a good cover. So the Navion coming in here now. Folks, we've got an aircraft that has just been, I just want to make absolutely sure, this aeroplane that's coming over here has been stolen. This aircraft has been taken without permission. That's why he's taking off right in front of us here. Hier's nou 'n bietjie groot drama. Hierdie vliegtuig is so pas. Iemand kan nie die vlieënier, hy kan nie vlieg nie. Die daar gestaan, ek het nou gesê daar's heelwat vliegtuie wat daar aan die regterkant staan. Die man het nou ingeklim. Hy het 'n kans gesien en hy is nou in hierdie vliegtuig en hy vat hom nou. Hulle is besig nou om die polisie te roep, hulle is ook besig om te kyk wat hulle kan doen, hulle probeer nou met hom praat, trying to explain to the guy he must turn around and come back and land. He is going to be in serious trouble. Diving down, the aircraft to me looks like an Orion Cub. It was one of the aircraft on display, Orion Cub. You can see this guy's desperate. He's not answering any of the radio calls. Goes out there now, Murray Skippers, Kyron Matthews, they're all on the radio. Fire guys have just been told to come to full standby. They might be needed if that aircraft goes in. I can see them over here, the fire and rescue. They now got ready. Turns around, he dives down now. Fire engine has started up on my left-hand side. They're ready to respond. I see the flying display director. He's going to come down here. We'll find out.
Stand by, Brian, and I'll call you now. 30 seconds.
This aircraft that's flying here now, pilot, can you hear me?
Hello, help me, hey, help me.
Okay, we're going to try and find somebody that can fly, that can talk to you. Watch, there's aircraft in front of you.
Can somebody help me with this thing?
What I suggest you do, try and turn around. Keep it level and turn around.
What are these funny pedals?
Well, I don't know if they're funny, but I think they've got something to do.
Pull it back a bit. Hey.
Little bit of drama here. Can you believe it? We actually closed with a brilliant display by the Navion, and now we've got this. You're coming towards us. Go away, go away.
Let's try again.
You see how close that wing grabbed Elvis? Maybe you want to just do some Sasuti here quickly. You see the fire brigade need to go.
Makes more noise. What does it do?
This guy is in trouble. Guys are putting their bunker kit on. They can see there's going to be trouble here. The captain is already telling them, guys, kit up. It's going to come fast.
O fela o le jwalo Brian mohlankana ona a ntsa fufisa sefofane sena na hana tsebo ho hang o qhometse fela ntho a sa itsebeng jwale re mo shebile tjeka a ntsa thosa nyolosa jwalo empa fela ra khona hore thuso a ka nna a ifumana ka potlakonyana.
Watch now as that aircraft's going all over the show.
So Jason, the other departures need to go, eh? Okay, one more person.
So folks, as you can see, I see the guys from Steve Twetty, they got all their gear on. They are fully kitted, lights on. They're ready to respond. The officers are waiting here. They're trying to talk to this guy I see there's somebody standing on that quad bike. 5 minutes to 6 o'clock. He's coming in, he's wagging his wings all over the show. Oh, hierdie man het groot moeilikheid. Hy slaap vanaand in die tronk. Diefstal, of wat gaan dit wees? Neem van 'n vliegtuig sonder eienaar se toestemming. What? He's landed. We'll see what he's going to do. This is an Orion. Well, he's taxied down. It just shows it's not so difficult to fly. Anybody can do it. But not anybody can steal an aeroplane. He's managed to bring it down. The boss has said he wants to see him. He's coming down now. So Rika Sarah, flying display director, he's going to come down. He'll be joined by the fire chief. The fire chief is going to have to put in a statement. Fire guys, the top's over here, we're waiting. This guy's waving his hands, let's see what he's going to do. Gives us a wave, oh, he's in trouble. The only cell he's going to see is not a phone but a jail. Do you know what happened there?
Yeah, we just saw and heard on the radio that the pilot is in trouble.
He's in trouble. He's in big trouble. I must say, your guys were pretty quick, all kitted up. Who's the guy with the red helmet?
It's Mr. Caesar, senior firefighter.
Oh, okay. He was ready for action, eh? Well, it's fine. He is fine because that was just a little bit of fun to Have a great day. Thanks, Fire guys. You now really walked the extra mile. Thanks, Captain. So that closes a great air show. Ladies and gentlemen, we most certainly hope that you've enjoyed this, the Middelburg Air Show part. This is what we have enjoyed presenting this show for you. We've got a huge to do now. We just say thank you to all the sponsors, to all the pilots, all the ground crew, to all the media, the guys that live stream. A big thank you to all the officials up here, all the rescue people that just showed you right up until 99, they're all ready to respond. So from me, Brian Eminis, till hopefully we get invited back to this air show, we look forward to your company. Thank you, Middelburg. Thank you, Aero Club of South Africa. It's been a good one and a safe one. Go.
At Volta.
3, 2, 1. There's a famous saying in the classics, there's no business like show business. And believe me, when it comes to air shows, then show business is what it's all about. I'm Brian Eminis. I look forward to your company as you're going to strap in and enjoy the most incredible flight with me. We're back here at Middelburg. We are here for Air Week. We are doing the air show section, one of the biggest events of its kind in South Africa. And as always, well organized by the Middelburg Flying Club. They've pulled out all the stops. They've left no stone unturned to ensure that the general public that come to this show will be treated to something absolutely spectacular. A show that will open with a cavalcade that will showcase the firefighters, the ambulance and rescue, people that very rarely get seen, but they are not heard. And today now, we are going to show you what they look like, because you will hear them. You'll hear them in the cavalcade as they do their parade of honor. And then, of course, it's a very, very exciting air show. I'm one small cog in a great big wheel. I'm the commentator, but behind me are people that are located on a tower, the air traffic controllers who ensure that everything runs just like it has to. Working with the air traffic controllers, the flight planners, people watching the weather, the safety directors, because safety is of paramount importance and is not negotiable. Then, of course, we have media representatives, and all these people gel together to make it a great air show. So, as I've just said, strap in, because you are about to go on the flight of a lifetime.